Ladies and gentlemen, well, you know what this is. At least I hope you know. If you don't know by now, I got nothing. I mean, it's right there, and over there, and down there. It's basically everywhere, is what I'm trying to say. Like, I feel spammy for how much I announce what I run, so I'm pretty sure you all know what we're running today. But what you don't know is who we have to say thank you to. This run is a little bit of a misplacement. It was kind of shoved a little bit forward in the line so that we could run it a little bit earlier or later because, okay, here's the thing. The Stanley Parable was funded a while ago. In fact, it only took 155 days to fund, which makes sense because it's a relatively short game. But the game was funded a while ago, and then I was ready to stream it. It was actually part of the short block, which we were pushing through last year, if you'll remember. And then I was informed, which is something I didn't know about the edition we're playing today, the Ultra Deluxe edition. I was like, oh, okay, well, we'll just wait till that's ready to go. And that got a little delayed. But that came out 38 minutes ago. So now that the Ultra Deluxe edition is out, we could go ahead and finally progress with this premiere run. I do want to say shoutouts and thank you to Shikor, Zopher, Zira Hunter, Johnny, Hector Anthem, Sigma 25, David Walensky, Dr. Winter 169, Mike Romano, Arathrabo, Kira White Noise, Narsit 6691, someone, the person who put the game on the list, which is Shadow Machine, and our majority shareholder, which is Galtori. Thank you, all of you, very, very much for your donations and for keeping this show going. Thank you. Now, you may or may not notice we're stuck on this screen. That's because I fired up the game, and it was like, hey! And I'm like, hey! And it's like, yeah, so, have you played this game before? And I'm like, And then I stopped here, because I don't know what significance this choice has. Now, obviously, the truthful answer would be, yes, of course I've played before, but I'm not sure if I should pick that answer or not. So I'm going to just kind of let people vote for this as to what we pick here with regards to our initial answer. Yeah, I know, right, Loner? What did I say? Oh, that's why I said 30. It's right, 28 minutes. 28 minutes. Yeah, so yeah, 28 minutes after a game launches. We've done early launches before, but this is I think this is a record. Mega Man 11 we played right as it came out, but that was kind of an unusual situation. We could say, so yeah, we could say, here, let me actually set up a proper poll. Let me set up a proper poll, because I am a prepared streamer who knows what I'm doing. Let's hit play on that. Let's just delete these. Hang on, let's just delete these. These do not matter. They never will. There we go. Let's do this. There we go. Even better. Even better. We've just got a button we can hit now. So, a proper poll of properness. No, not the add button. God, I hate Twitch. Hey, Twitch, I hate you. All right, so. Just going to make this super obvious. There, we're going to just set up for 3 minutes. Go voot really quick. Go voot. While we wait, I'm going to ask for something weird. I would like everyone to kind of no mention the game until we get into it, if you know what I mean. Because I know there are a few people watching this, in fact, I know of at least 3 people who intend to watch this stream, who have never played the Stanley Parable, and therefore I would like them to experience that as blindly as possible, for reasons I probably don't need to explain. So if we're just going to stay in the no-mention territory here, which of course is why when Mike Romano says what makes this version different, my answer is I have no frickin' idea. And even if I did know, I wouldn't tell you. But I really don't. I really actually do not know what they're doing in this one that's new or different or whatever. That's a good question, DJT, but we've never actually reviewed the Stanley Parable before, which should answer your question. That's a good question, Mike Romano. I do not know the answer to that either. So I have no idea. The lore runner. No, I'm not going to do it. Thank you, Shikor. Thank you very, very much. I do that. I just reached down. I just reached down to make the pumpkin head say thank you. I've been in a bit of a habit for that. It's only been a week. I only played that game for a week, 9 days. Thank you, Shikor. I will put that towards the Metroid block, very much so. Oh, I'm so glad to be done with that game. Oh, and you're probably thinking, because it was so horrible? No. I said it during the stream. If Elden Ring was actually a bad game, that would have been better. Because then we could have just had some catharsis by shredding it, you know? Instead of just enduring it. As I've said many times, there will be no Elden Ring rumination. I don't think there's anything I can really say about it that would be worth saying. Any story or lore stuff I say would literally be just copying what other people have already said about it. And I could talk about the gameplay side of the Elden Ring, but I'm pretty sure nobody wants to hear that. So I just decided to save us all some time, and I'm not doing a video on Elden Ring. I actually had a little quiet thing in my head that if it happened, I would go ahead and do the video, but it didn't happen, so we're not doing it, so here we are. Poll is almost done. Make sure to get in your votes if you haven't really quick. It's right there on the Twitch thing. Should we say yes or no? I'm going to let you decide. I'm going to let you decide, like I said. If it matters, I would probably pick no for the purposes of review and the fact that, you know, there are people who have never actually looked into this before. So, fresh take. Fresh take. I don't know why I said that so strangely. Here it is. Dramatic pause. Drum roll, please. We are saying no. Okay. The no's have it. All right, so we have never played the Stanley Parable. Yeah, we're good. What was it? No. Do I just the... Really? Okay, fine. There. Oh, now I have access to settings. Okay. Hang on, so I didn't have access to any of this stuff earlier. So, give me a second. Of course, I literally just answered that, Walker. That's really funny. The answer is no. I did not. Okay, so let's get that off. That's good. Get that off. Oh my god. Okay, hang on. That's, hang on. Okay, hang on. Let's issues. Take two. Hang on. I just... It says, hang on. Before we get started, can I just say something? Thank you for actually setting the clock both times you booted up the game. A lot of people don't take that step seriously. They just leave the clock at 12:00 and call it a day. But you're actually taking the time to set the clock, and I appreciate that. That's how I know you care about this experience. You're paying attention. I don't even have any way of knowing if the times you're setting are correct. Tell you what, I'll make you a deal. Since you've been so cooperative, next time you boot up the game and see this screen, just set the clock to your favorite time. Go ahead, pick whatever time you want, even if it's not the correct time. You've earned it. Alright, let's get you back to the video game now. Please allow me to... Oh, thank God! I have resolution options. Oh, thank God. Okay, hang on. Let's get a real resolution going here. Looks like... Hey, we actually can have square resolutions. Yeah, keep. Hang on a sec. See how high this goes. Means we're gonna have to adjust our screen, but that's okay. That's okay. We can make it. Hang on. This is there we go. Hey, that's pretty nice. All right, so let's go over here. Let's adjust a few things. Adjusting things for the things that we're doing. Making a stand, walking along, stabbing yourself. Boop. Yep. There we go. This game has 159 pluses to story. That's how good the Stanley Parable really is. It's just that good. Okay. Back to the game. We're actually good. Okay, now I can... Hang on, now I gotta actually readjust a few things. Sorry, give me a second. I was all set up for 16:9 mode, and actually I was all set up for full screen mode, because it started in full screen, and I have a 4K monitor, so that was interesting to work around. I never like it when a game shows me into the game before I can access the options. That's been a pet peeve of mine for quite a while, honestly. So yes, we're going to jot that down as a negative. Okay. We've got this. We'll pull this down. Yeah, boop, boop. Oh, that's strange. Do you see that? What? Okay, nope. I know what's happening. I actually do know what's happening. Because this is a thing that's happened before. Yep, nope. There, you moron. Anyways, now we're set up. Let's hit go. 80-something, Walker.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Ah, yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
Worth it. Very, very good room. Very good room.
Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it. At this point, Stanley's obsession with this room bordered on creepy and reflected poorly on his overall personality.
Hey!
It's possible that this is why everyone left.
Hey! That chair is just... you know what I mean? That chair.
Stanley sat around waiting for more dialogue. But when a long time had passed and there was no more, he decided that the game was trying to send him a message.
Oh, right.
But at last, he'd had enough of the amazing room and took the first open door on his left to get back to business. And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
How to solve a dispute with a coworker. Let it ball up inside you, take it out passive-aggressively on other coworkers, and resent coworkers for not supporting you. Using slides to assure employees that everything's okay. Make sure your site has a thick blue graphic in the header, and throw some bevel on the text. This will ensure a calm and productive work environment. Everyone is unique, you most of all. Monetize free-to-play. Wait, what? That's new. Number of slides on the slides. Charts, slides, charts and slides. Whoa, getting fancy here. Rate at which charts on the same slide depict the same information. Rate of increase in graphs per slide. Please, no more charts. I'm begging you. Stop. The Boss Appreciation Minute. On your Boss Appreciation Minute worksheet, circle the top 20 things you love most about your boss. Fill out in triplicate and return to your Boss Appreciation Specialist. Solving interpersonal conflict. If you ever find yourself in a conflict with another diligent employee like yourself, but more inclined towards conflict, unless you're that kind of person who initiates conflict, why do we hire you? Remember that it takes... What are your dreams for the future? Mitosis. Lunch. Metamorphosis. Less air. Clear skin. Comatose. Pollution. Tips for not getting fired. Talk less. Do unbelievably amazing work all the time, every day, with no expectation of promotion or recognition, and don't get fired. What do people want? Things. Happy feelings. Violet James, you are fired. Money, more money, things, but with money to buy more things. Graphs about things and money. We have our new product. The start market is here somewhere. Stripes, more company research. What is hot? Profits. Quarterly post review. We need less reviews, 402 and 406. Want to get rid of the death sport portion of the primary review schedule, but I think it's a stupid idea. More water coolers, more water cooler heaters. Charts need to be more hip to appeal to the teenage demographic. Find teenagers to put in teenage demographic. Get a big net, maybe some kind of child trap. There's teenagers. There's the size of the demographic. There's the space between the teenagers. We need to throw something in the bin. No more bins, trash cans, renaming of the first one. Idea bin. We're going to call that the idea bin. We need to synergize core value expenditures. We need to shift global marketing paradigms, and we need to monetize free-to-play. Also, that says help, I'm opposed to it. What does that say? That says something in the charts. Got a bunch of these. So many charts. Targets. Push for funding of R&D for new coffee machine. Standardized graphs. Not cost efficient. Get Chris out of the broom closet. I'm sorry, what? Synergize papers. Hire someone to synergize papers. Papers are now too synergized. Fire the paper guy. Hire someone to fire the paper synergizing guy. Who moved my desk? Please keep targets on the topic of... The future was yesterday. Tomorrow is now. Tomorrow, complete today's unfinished agenda items. Write next day's agenda. Reflect. I'm not going to read all that out loud, but there's some fun stuff there.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Of course my boss works in a place like this. I mean, come on.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him?
Shoot, what's the number?
What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number. 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Hang on, Savacum, hang on.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long. Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof, the heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all. blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes! He had won! He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
All right, well, that was about 26 minutes. I think it's one of my faster games. I just got 2 achievements for doing that. Anyways, pause. Let's see here. So we've got voice acting is obvious. Let's see here. I'm actually going to go with a little bit of sound direction, probably. Yes, that was the this is really, really good voice acting. I agree. This is gonna be a thing. I'll talk about the tutorialization later, because this game, believe it or not, and I stand by this statement, actually has some of the best video game tutorialization I've ever seen. It's not quite at the level of, say, Super Mario World, but this is an extraordinarily well tutorialized game. Everyone I've ever seen play this initially and without knowing, including me, has immediately figured out what the game was about, just because of how the game is being presented. And we'll talk a little bit more about the specifics of that as we go. I just kind of wanted to let the first playthrough there speak for itself. So, you know what? I don't feel like going out there.
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure. What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go anywhere except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever. I will be happy. Stanley waited. Hours passed, then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer. Here it comes.
It worked! I just got an achievement that says you can't jump.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Yeah, press space. Is it? That's a good question. Where's the clock? Is that right? That is not right. By, like, a while.
Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No, 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 no. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition. I have to say I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks. No, I'm still not feeling it. I want this achievement to have meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way, no matter what the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
I don't remember where 417 is. Holy crap. Oh, there it is. Okay.
Oh, great. Now, go click a few times on door 437.
Okay, 437. Is it back this way? No, there's 3. Oh, there it is.
Excellent. I think we're getting somewhere. Now, door 415. Let's give it 10 clicks or so.
Okay. We got this. What do we got here?
Now, back to door number 437.
Okay, I can do this. There's no sprint function, but just pretend that I'm sprinting as fast as I possibly can right now.
Let's see. How about you click on, well, I don't know, the copy machine?
Done.
All right, back to room 417.
Okay.
I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere.
Okay, almost there. Just go. Ugh.
Okay, now go climb on employee 419's desk.
Okay, I can't jump, but I'll figure this out somehow. There we go. Jump, up. How do I go? How do I jump? Oh God. Yeah. Let me up. It won't let me up.
Yes!
There we go.
This is great! You're putting it all on the line, Stanley. I like that. All right, let's keep it up. Go give me a few clicks on door 416.
Okay, we have to find door 416. Okay, we can do this.
We've almost got it! Now the copy machine, do that one again!
Give me a minute. I'm not sure I can make it.
Finish it off, Stanley! 5 clicks on door 430! Yes! We did it! Oh, wow. That felt amazing. Oh, you really earned it, Stanley. Nothing could hold you back. Yes, I'm very proud of how far we've come today. Just think, only a few minutes ago you believed an achievement was worth 5 little clicks. Really now, what were you thinking?
Okay. We did it. Ooh. This is one of those rare games where I'm not going to give a plus to humor. It's more like I'm probably going to give pluses to humor. Incidents. Specific incidents of humor. Hang on, let's start over. So, So now we're going to do what I call the Savacom percent, okay?
What could it mean?
Ready for
Stanley
Savacom percent?
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Wow. Yes, this room. What a beautiful room. What a gorgeous, gorgeous room. Thank goodness, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
Wait, what?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was sublime, a work of art. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her. This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself, to put your work aside, to let her back into your life. She's been waiting. That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this, to reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone. As Stanley picked up the phone, a white light engulfed him, filling him not just with radiance, but with hope. Hope for a life reunited one... Wait. Oh, goodness. Stanley, did you just unplug the phone? No, that wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You actually chose incorrectly? I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double-check. No, it's definitely here, clear as day. Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another. Music comes in, fade to white, roll credits. Not picking up the phone is actually somehow an incorrect course of action. How is that even possible? None of these decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see... No, that's not possible. I can't believe it. How had I not noticed it sooner? You're not Stanley. You're a real person. I can't believe I was so mistaken. This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you'd made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making. Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation? Well, I won't have that kind of risk on my watch. I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making in the real world. Please observe this helpful instructional video.
Choice. It's the best part of being a real person, but if used incorrectly can also be the most dangerous. For example, in this scenario, a hypothetical real person named Rupert has a choice. He could invent a machine that eliminates food shortages across the world to make life better for all people. Or he could spend years of hard work forgetting how to read. Which choice would you make? Remember that unlike here, the real world makes sense, and at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find yourself speaking with a person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you cannot continue talking. Turn to a partner and practice saying, "My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back, sack, and crack." Excellent. Making choices on a regular basis is the best part to a healthy decision-making process. Most medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day. Do you make more than 8? Less? And finally, If you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant, and the feeling should subside. At this time, your instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
Ah, welcome back. You may have noticed that this room has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction. But not to worry. Now that you're properly informed on good decision-making, we're going to revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do would have been. This way, please.
Yeah, by the way, doesn't it just explain Twitter?
Now that we know your choices are meaningful, we can't have you jumping off the platform and dying. Imagine the main character dying senselessly halfway through the story. That story would make no sense at all. We just need to get you home as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse. Unfortunately, it seems this place is not well equipped to deal with reality.
Yeah, by the way, quiet little Mass Effect dig there. Penalty for jumping off the cargo lift, $5,000. I forget the guy they got to voice this, but he really is perfect for it. He deserves so much praise.
Almost there. You'll take the door on the left, back to the correct ending, the story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free in the real world. Now remember, all you need to do is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back in the other direction. Perhaps we're not too late. Oh, it's ruined. I can't believe, after everything we talked about, that my story, you've destroyed my work. Why? For what? What did you get out of that? What did you think was so special about seeing the game undone, left here like so much garbage? It's worthless now. And what am I supposed to do? Even if there were a way to continue, would it be worth it? To know that my story is now incorrect? How can I go back to that? I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have to live with it forever, reliving its impossibility forever. I couldn't live that way. Is it better to shut the game down entirely? To willingly destroy all of my work? I don't know. What's the answer? What do I do? What do I do? What do I... No, I have to. I have to shut the game down. I have to. I have to. Pile of rubbish with you who thought you were so clever. Now look where we are. My entire game is destroyed. It was the only thing in the world that was mine, and you've run it into the ground. What, did you think that would be funny? You just had to see? Didn't I impress upon you how important it was to be like Stanley? He actually knows how to do what I tell him to. He understands that if I say to do something, there's a damn good reason for it. That thought hadn't even occurred to you, had it? That there's a world outside of you? You're a child. Oh, my story. If you'd just gone through the door on the left, you would have seen it. There was a whole underground facility. You would have destroyed it and been victorious. It would have been so perfect. I worked so hard on it. I tried so hard to make... behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back. Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back. Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
We'll do one more. I feel like there's another thing here.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back. Behave exactly.
But if it's just going to loop, then we'll go ahead and go left.
That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Aw. I think I'm in the wrong route to allow me in there or something. Oh.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
We actually can't go down, as you can notice there.
Stepping inside his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, until he saw the door with a voice receiver next to it. Surely behind this door lay all the answers to his questions. And beyond all probability, he knew the passcode. He had seen it on his boss's computer just last week. Nightshark 115. Was this the code to open the door? Would it still work? There was only one way to find out. Stanley had been trained never to speak up, but now he would draw from within himself the courage to face the unknown. He drew a sharp breath and then spoke the code.
So real quick, that says business strategy with the picture of the gun on the forehead of the panda, in case you missed that.
Stanley spoke the code. Nightshark 115. He spoke it into the receiver, right there on the wall. I'm sorry, is there a problem? You didn't mishear me, did you? Please speak the code into the receiver. Otherwise, we can't get on with the story. This is a crucial step. Okay, fine, you're not going to do it, but you know what? It's pretty humiliating to bring you this far, only for you to suddenly decide you have better things to do. I asked you for this one single thing, for your respect. The kind of respect Stanley shows for his choices. He knows what it means to take a story seriously. If you didn't want to see what I had to show you, then why did you come here? You had a choice, you know. You could have gone through the door on the right. You could have done whatever the hell you wanted over there. Why did you come this way? Speak. Say something to me. Explain yourself, you coward. You... When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Stanley? Hello? Are you... Is everything okay? Stanley, please. I need you to make a choice. I need you to walk through the door. Are you listening to me? Can you hear me? Is everything all right? Stanley, this is important. The story needs you. It needs you to make a decision. It cannot exist without you. Do you understand me? Whatever choice you make is just fine. They're both correct. You cannot be wrong here. We can work together. I'll accept whatever you do. I simply need you to take that step forward, please. Choose. Do something. Anything. This is more important than you can ever know. I need this. The story needs it. So, you hear me? Are you there? Are you listening to this? Stanley, are you there? Okay. It's okay, I can wait. You need time to decide. Time to make sure your choice is correct. That is the best choice. That's all right. I'll wait for you to decide what's the right thing to do. Take as much time as you need.
Okay. Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track. There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow, just an empty broom closet. No reason to still be here. It was baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA.
At least 3 that I know of, Lord Garamond.
Are you really still in the broom closet? Standing around doing nothing? Why? Please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused. You do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever. I never would have thought to mention it. Maybe to you this is somehow its own branching path. Maybe when you go talk about this with your friends, you'll say, "Oh, did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favorite." I hope your friends find this concerning. Stanley was fat and ugly and really stupid. He probably only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is. That or with drug money. Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers. Well, I've come to a very definite conclusion about what's going on right now. You're dead. You got to this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system and you collapsed on the keyboard. Well, in a situation like this, the responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose. Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person at this computer is dead. They have fallen prey to any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species. Please remove their corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them. All right, when you've done that, just step out into the hallway. Ah, second player. It's good to have you on board. I guarantee you can't do any worse than the person who came before you. You too? Unbelievable. I'm at the mercy of an entire species of invalids. Perhaps there's a monkey nearby you can hand the controls to. A fish? Fungus? Look, you can hammer out the details. I'm not particularly picky. I'll just be waiting for when you're ready to pick up the story again. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss. Admitting he had left his post during work hours, he might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all? None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground. Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all,
I think that was an actual bug. So, the trick he was using there, I've been going a little bit fast, is, they move the terrain, so you technically move with it. So the room unloaded, so I fell into nothing. And most games tend to have a you go too far out of bounds, something happens to catch it kind of a thing. Admittedly, I'm not sure if that was supposed to happen, because this is the Stanley Parable. But that played like a bug. It interrupted the dialogue in a way it shouldn't have. It very clearly showed the room loading a few seconds after I fell into where it wasn't, etc. So... And we actually saw the ending I was just on the path to the last time we played this.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
So now the hard one.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Come on, let me out. There we go.
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map, until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet? Ah, then in that case we'll continue. But now, here comes the real question. What do you think would have happened if you had told me that you wanted this to stop? Do you think it would have been particularly different? Would I have taken the same idea but rephrased it superficially to fit that answer? Perhaps you never would even have thought of it if I hadn't brought up the issue in the first place. Oh, now think about it. Will it be worth it for you to restart and then come back here just to do the other option? Clearly, this whole gag takes some time. What if the other option is even longer? How long will you spend in total just to have heard all the narration? Oh, and this is rich. Perhaps you've just played the other option, and now you've come to see what happens in this one. So, what do you think? Which choice was the better one? Imagine if you had selected Continue on your first playthrough, how tantalizing it would be not knowing what happens when you pick the other option. Indeed, you are one of the lucky ones. Though if the other option is really miserable to listen to, then perhaps you're not. In fact, I'm just going to say that no one who's listening to this is lucky. Well now, I've built up the other option so much that I'm going to stop talking and leave you to your decision whether to come back here, continue with the game, or just sit in this spot forever and ever. Cheers.
No thoughts, Chris Con. Although if you watch the last lore week, I have a whole discussion on it for like an hour. So that's my answer to you. See, now I gotta.
His co-workers were... Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it? Is this Stanley's office? When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Standing now in this incredible room, Stanley for the first time understood true happiness. Then the feeling went away, and he felt sad again. Then it came back, and lingered for a minute or two. Now it's only half there. Just a kind of, tingle. Yes, really. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track. But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here it's, left. Oh, no, it's to the right, my mistake. No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please? Now, let's see. We went down, right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way. No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley... Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere, or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
All right, so we can go 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. Which one should we go through? Of the doors. We can't go through that one because it's kind of in the way. Seeing a bunch of 4s, a few 3s, several 5s. Bunch of 5s. There's a 1, there's 5. Looks like 5's winning. 5's winning. Okay, we'll go with 5. Well, that does... Okay. No. All right.
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not? All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything? Aha! I knew we'd miss something. The story. Here it comes. No, wait. Never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps. Now this... Well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win! Congratulations! I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off, so good job. Oh, no, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart. All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just follow the line. How simple is that? You see? The line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood. Cut the music, go back and look at that fern. Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything. Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell? Oh, no, not again. Line, how could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart. You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting.
Like Elden Ring.
Mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction? Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it.
Okay, hear me out. What if we, like, sit on a throne and the leaves tell our story?
Oh, no, not you again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
Yep, no, don't look at him. Line! Get out of here.
Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere at the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits. Oh, hold up, what's this? The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times? That's really how all this goes? It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. And the timer stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay. I guess now we just wait, you know. I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story, wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination, so I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually.
I'm just pointing out that those steps up to the 5th restart are accurate, if you were paying attention.
How wonderful. Stanley was alone. Finally. This is great, he thought to himself. This is what I've wanted all along. I got what I wanted.
Now I'm actually going to have to hit up Google for some of the other ones.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
In fact, actually, hang on, let's pause for a second. So, because there's a couple here. We had to do this the last time too. Let's see. I mean, the confusion ending's a good one, which we just got. Let's see here. So we did that. We did that. We did that. Okay, so here's going to do this. We already did that one, Shadow Machine.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Yeah, I played this game when it came out the first time, Canada Bangs.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley wondered aloud to nobody. He began wildly tearing through papers on the boss's desk, pulling books off the shelf, looking behind paintings, desperate for clues to his situation. But his attention was caught by a keypad behind the boss's desk. What could its purpose be? In fact, This keypad guarded the terrible secret that lay buried below his feet. And so the boss had assigned it. Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music. Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway. Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Real quick. Employee Observation Protocol. If, despite adherence to Protocol 2A and Protocol 2B, an employee leaves the office during work hours and a system loop has failed, you must terminate. Please note that Employee 432 is a special case. While the need for Protocol 2A may seem unlikely, Procedure 2A to 2C need not apply. In the event of 432 attempting to leave the office, contact supervisor and then contact the 432 prize pool. If a monitoring screen fails to initialize contact maintenance and temporarily switch control over to the desk screen. In the case of a Class 4 event, close the system gates and consult with a supervisor. In the case of a Class 3 event, close system gates and consult with a supervisor.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he... Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley... I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are set to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say, 2 minutes. Now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock. Why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room.
Where's 3?
These numbered buttons. No, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button. Or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble. This is not a challenge. It's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first, so you can't. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here, just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count. Or don't. It's all the same to me, all a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever after.
So what happens if you get them? I've never actually gotten all the buttons.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Okay, I think we all know the drill by now. Blah, blah, blah. Dark secrets, the keypad. Stanley pushes some buttons. Oh, hey, look, it's a new passageway. Quelle surprise.
What? He's efficient.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death. The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death. As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
"Farewell, Stanley," cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly. And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish? When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
This is a fun one. My personal favorite thing here. The two set of doors are the very first concrete piece of the Stanley Parable's design. Once this room was created, the rest of the game emerged as an extension of it, an exploration of the contradiction this room posed. The pacing of the opening section was important to get right. This corridor has been moved and altered to make sure the player reaches the two doors in good time. The blueprint shows the office at the beginning of the game. The path from Stanley's office to the two doors was part of the first part of the game that was built. Sections have been added and altered throughout development, though the core layout remains almost identical to the first iteration. Here's the boss's office. All three of them, for there are three. There's the office clock. Still wrong. There's the freedom ending. This is the very first incarnation of the freedom ending in the game's alpha. For a time, the elevator in the monitor room could go up or down, with the freedom above and countdown below. We abandoned this when players found it too difficult to remember what was up and what was down, and placed the two endings together instead. Here's the freedom ending as it existed in beta. Hang on. I need a little bit of music for this section, because we're going to be here a minute as I read all these. Let's see, what's some good museum music? One moment, please. An earlier version of the countdown room. The monitor room elevator. For a time, the elevator could go... Oh, wait, actually. For a long time, we had an ending that only ended when the player restarted from the escape menu. Unfortunately, very few players realized what they were supposed to do, and this was frustrating for everybody. The Zending. This screenshot shows an early version of the ending known as the Zending, which was eventually cut and merged with another part of the game. The Zending went through several iterations. This room represents the 4th version of the ending, and we thought it was complete, but decided to abandon it and change again shortly before launch. The levers were originally part of the Zending. The player would pull a lever, and the narrator would describe what color they pulled. We ran 4 major trailers over the course of the game's development, each meant to convey something about the spirit of the game. This is the first one, released in May of 2012. It features a series of broken rooms and the voice of the narrator informing viewers he is preparing a new version of the Stanley Parable. As I say, this is a kind of a way to guide you to several endings if you haven't gotten some of them yet. Especially because it's really easy to stumble into the museum ending. It's probably one of the most obvious endings of the game. Which is the one we're in, by the way. Maintenance layout. The flow of hallways following the first 2 doors is important to get right since players will replay them so many times. We discussed a number of designs, but ultimately it was the simplest version that won out. And yeah, there's your layout possibilities. This is actual stuff you have to design when it comes to designing video games, by the way. Funny thing to comment on. In a previous version of the ending, the choice would give you... the choice leading to the apartment ending, a timer would give you 15 seconds to pick up the phone. Not picking up the phone would lead to a different ending. There's the cargo lift. The second version is functionally the same as what's like in the game, but we wanted to look more like a place where cargo was actually stored. I know, right, Zero Hunter? Cache picture, for some reason. It's a bunch of random pictures. Early in development, we designed an ending where the Stanley would end up on a battlefield fighting aliens. The action game would become sentient and would wage war against the narrator. We realized shortly after starting to build it was far too jokey and on the nose for the tone of the game. Some people interpreted it as making fun of people like shooters, which was not our intent. Shooters are cool, yo. In December of 2018, we announced the Ultra Deluxe version of the Stanley Parable at the Game Awards. These are the screenshots of the video we made for the announcement of the video game's delay. An early version of the maintenance room. Okay. I can pick good music, Pocket. Pick a Pocket. But thank you.
Perfect example of poor-level design. Intuitively, if you had even the most fundamental understanding of good and bad game design. But of course, you being you, you'll probably spend the next hour trying to solve it. Here, I'm just going to make this easy on you. Let's see. Stanley walked through the green door. Then he pushed the number 4.
So what this says is, Kevin Brighting, voice of the narrator, recorded dialogue for the entire game roughly 3 separate times over 2 years of development. These are clips from early takes that were not used in the game. So, I do have a firm opinion that there is such a thing as too meta. But, at the same time, if I'm being 100% honest with myself, I don't think it's the meta-ness that actually matters so much as how... pretentious it is. I think that's probably the best possible way I could phrase this. Because the severity of the meta-ness only really matters in how it's used. See, Monty Python for a good example. Whereas this isn't trying to be clever, it's trying to be funny, which is different. After the second trailer we sent out, we asked people to email the narrator for questions. While we had initially planned to use these further promotional materials, we never found the perfect use of them. Here's a selection of the emails. Love the yep. I'd like you to keep this proposal as top secret. Delete if you're not interested. The details to transfer $24 million to you. This, dear strong Pat, how do you type with boxing gloves on? Okay, that's good. That's good. What do lights in the control room do? I really want to know. Yeah, if this game was even twice as long as it is, it would probably drag too much. Please partner me with a very rewarding business adventure. Details will be sent to you if you're interested. Treat as important, not spam. Hi, Mr. Narrator Guy, spelled wrong. I have a question for you, sir, and it is, what is your message for today? Sincerely, Harris. There's a skeleton inside of you. There are more skeletons in this world than humans. Final warning. Am I... Stanley? Are you spying on me? I did... Why? How? Will the game feature... capybaras? I'm not actually trying to pronounce that. No, Savacom. We are at A end. I think our 4th so far. Hang on. So we did that one. And we did that one. And we did... that one, and that one. And that one. Okay. A 3rd. Thank you very much. Always. If you happen to know where you want that to go, let me know. Otherwise, PWONG! I appreciate the previous... Oh, I missed it. If the Stanley Parable is going to let me go shopping, I hope it will have a fine selection of desert boots. How do you make a JRPG? How do you make the worst game ever? What's the difference between a duck? Ugh. You were right. Alright, okay, I think we've seen enough. From left to right, the evolution of Stanley's office over time. The first was created in November of 2011, the second in March 2012, and the third in February of 2013. This is the level that William, the level designer, sent Davey, the writer, as kind of an audition piece. The strength of the level got William hired to design the full game. Although the environment has changed, the basic layout of this mock-up is actually still in the game. That is impressive, legitimately. And I mean that. You look at that, you can see a lot of careful usage of angle, position, doodads, lighting. That's actually legitimately impressive. I like that. So, do not blame. And I think that's everything.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish
Sorry.
to be free. Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let time...
Yeah, that's the Spec Ops argument. Consequently. We got a few more. Let me just pull this guide down here so I can see it a little bit easier. There we go.
Hi, Stanley. Just wanted to leave you a message to let you know there's a few things I need you to pick up on your way home from work today. We need milk, cereal, dish soap, spaghetti, get a thing serving of sugar, some bread, and coffee beans, whichever ones you like. I'll give you a call if there's anything I forgot. Thanks, sweetie. See you tonight.
You know, I actually agree with you on that, Hazardous. So hang on, there's actually something we didn't see earlier. So give me a second. There we go. Oh, crap.
At first,
There we go.
Stanley assumed he'd broken the map until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet? Well, I don't know how to say this politely, but you could literally just hit escape and restart the game any old time you want, like right now. You could have done it just then. Now would also be an appropriate time to quit. Any of these points and so many, many more, all of them are appropriate. I'm enjoying what seems to be an internal conflict going on where you are literally unable to act on your own desires to restart the game. So, just to push the envelope, I'm going to try and make this as miserable as possible and see how long you can maintain.
And then a song plays.
There once was a man named Stanley, who people considered so manly. But the truth must be told, he was not very old and was quite particularly gangly. What Stanley liked most was buttons. He pushed them like some kind of glutton. He did it all day in a meaningful way, but his brain had long ceased to function. Which is why he is in this parable and lives an existence quite terrible. And if you are not strong and keep playing along, you too will become quite unbearable. Yes. You too will become quite unbearable. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
I was actually going towards another thing, but this is new. Okay.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world
This is it, isn't it? This is all the new content.
Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
And yeah, probably Roman Cure.
Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure.
It's nice texture work.
Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it. I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley. All right, let's see. It's the jump circle?
It's literally duct tape. Okay, I find that funnier than I should. Yeah, no, we can't jump out of it.
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right?
Thank you, Ect, very much, as always. And I'll put that towards Ratchet Clank if you give me a moment here. Done. And thank you.
Goodness, another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could count to 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh wait, there's more. Very good. Yes. I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is. That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore."
Hold up, I gotta go verify that really quick. Give me a second. Hey, I got the 430 door achievement, speaking of which. It is. One of the achievements says test achievement, please ignore. Test achievement description, replace this. One of the achievements says, don't play Stanley Parable for 10 years. One of them says, play Stanley Parable for the entire duration of a Tuesday. Some people have that. One of them says, complete the Stanley Parable in under 4 minutes and 22 seconds. One of them says, set all settings sliders in the menu to all available numbers. There's, of course, the 8 achievement. We all know that one. And that's it. Hang on a sec. Let me get my chat back.
Quality Assurance Department signed off on this. I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable.
Well, Elon Musk might not allow that.
Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game, and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
I say it's the most terrifying way someone's ever called me a friend. And I've met Xenos. That's terrifying the way they do that.
Psst! Stanley! Come over here! In the vent! I want to show you something! Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past, and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look.
If this is the Stanley Parable Classic, I'm gonna spit.
I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC. You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013 when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
I'm sorry, hang on. Let's look at what games came out in 2013 really quick. Let's see here. So let's just kind of... Yep. So DMC came out in 2013. Let's see here. We had Beyond Two Souls. We had... would know which one that one is. Gone Home came out. Batman Arkham Origins came out that year. Deadpool came out that year. Antichamber, that's funny. When you think about it. Oh, wow. There's a good one. Aliens Colonial Marine. You know what? I think I'm going to stop there. I think that makes my point. British Academy of Film and Arts gives to Stanley Parable, The Last of Us in category of story, 2014. Shots fired, by the way. Also, Stanley Parable was better than The Last of Us, just saying. Did they ever release this on a physical disc? Real question. There's I probably do have that achievement. Nominee. 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 What?
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
An hour? Also, you can really tell how long ago the original one came out when Sterling was actually still working at Destructoid. The Tasteful Nostalgic. It was good!
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
Damn it. No! Ah! I lost my jumps. I wasted them. No. Okay, whatever.
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here? Oh, no. Oh, God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
Remember, never read Steam reviews.
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
I mean, that's an old rule. Never read any reviews of anything you ever make. Now, critiques are a little bit different, but reviews,
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if
never
I'm
read the
preachy.
comments.
Honestly, you can.
Exactly.
Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. To be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did, but maybe it wasn't. But dear, what an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
and that's one of the biggest reasons you need to be careful when reading your own comments or your own reviews. It is extraordinarily easy for a creative type person to kind of get stuck in a mire of that. That's real advice, by the way. I'm not joking about that.
What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button. Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have. And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people, and if the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue, and it goes something like this. The story, and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so, now you see, blah 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, until 245. That the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the...
This is ASMR right here.
How many billions left? Until so much more than forever ago. Which is why I say... The story, and the choices, or what have you.
Oh no, it's looping.
By becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably...
Oh no, it's looping.
Until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so, now you see, blah 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 blah. Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations. Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less of a rumination and more of a treatise. Or maybe a manifesto. Look, I'll outline it for you very briefly, and you can tell me what you think. Okay, so my theory is that any choice you've ever made is simply a series of choices made by the person who you are, or were, or will be at the time of having made said choice. That is to say, if by articulating a choice you've already made, you bring that choice into being, then by making no choice and saying nothing, are you not simply erecting in the sanctuary of time a monument to every person you've ever been, making every choice to which you've ever given your Greek gift of mortal and yet timeless thought? Or rather, do all of the choices you've ever made, in fact, make you more not this kind of person, and in fact do the very opposite? You see, it could in fact be both of these things at once. That you are both making choices and not making choices, and that they are both affecting you and not affecting you at the same time by virtue of the fact that you both are and are not making them. Okay, at first I was leaning towards manifesto, but now I'm going to circle around and slap the treatise label on this one. I think it has much more of a treatise vibe to it. But wouldn't you say that manifesto just has a much grander sort of tone? It has a mouthfeel that is rich with ambition and history. Ambitious history, if you will. See, now you've gotten me going back to manifesto. Heavens, at this rate, we're going to be here all day. Okay, look, I have a method for exactly this sort of situation, and I do find myself in this situation frequently. I'm going to say each word back and forth in repeated succession until I become sick of one or the other, in which case the word I am not sick of shall be the victor. It is an unimpeachable strategy, Stanley. It's rescued me from disaster in countless situations. All right, here we go. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise.
And then I walk away from the stream and just let the game be this for the next 8 hours.
Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto.
I bet you it would be one of my most watched streams ever if I did that.
Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. treatise, manifesto. Well there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. Oh, I can't wait to see what Cookie 9 will say about this, and whether they'll edit the rating of their Steam review, or at least change some of the wording, perhaps. To be honest, I don't even know if one can change their review in the first place. I guess I should become better educated on exactly how Steam works. Perhaps that would have been the smart thing to check on before I went about this whole exercise of making the skip button. Although I have to imagine that after seeing this exciting new technology at work, surely whoever it is runs Steam will instantly run out and implement a new feature to make it possible to edit one's review, merely because of this very situation. Yes, I think that's quite likely. Or perhaps they'll simply grant this particular user the ability to change their review, so that the feature isn't widely abused. Look, I would even be okay.
How many hours did he spend writing
so
and
that it reads as something
doing
more
this?
beneficial? Something along the lines of, this game is the best game. Let me start over. How about this? From the ashes of depravity rises the phoenix of quality. How else to describe the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe? Such a revolutionary step forward in the lineage of one of the most beloved video game properties of all time. The additions and changes made to this expansion will surely resonate in the annals of the history of all media ever made. It is perhaps true to say that no mistakes are forever etched in stone, for the stone into which the Stanley Parable was carved has itself been transmuted, offering a message of hope to those who have ever...
Hold up. I'm gonna pull up the Steam reviews for this right now. I'm very curious if there's a Steam review which just copy-pasted this. So, looking at some Steam reviews here. One of them says, Cookie 9, where you at? You better hurry up and edit that review. From the ashes of depravity rises the phoenix of quality. Oh god, there's several. There are several reviews which are just copy-paste what he's saying right now. Oh my god, hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hang on. 6, 7. Okay, 7 just on the main page are copy-paste of that review. They all recommend, by the way. All of them are on the positive recommend.
erred in their judgment. You are not beyond redemption. You may change.
Hang on.
And you may become more, so much more than you were before. If there is any message to be taken from the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, it is this. What a fortune, a privilege, a joy it is to have had such an experience. It leaves me hopeful that as a community, as a world, there is time for us to become our greatest selves, as great as we ever could dream of in our wildest, most ambitious visions for a brighter future. Wow, now Stanley, that's a review. It's perfect. It's the perfect review. It's the review I've always dreamed of receiving. I have to read it again. It's simply too wonderful. I have to experience this just one more time. From the ashes of Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? It's not unendurable by any means, but there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do suggest that we not press the button again. I think the skip button has been aptly demonstrated, and we can say goodbye to it and just... Wait, how do we get out of here? Where did the door go? Wasn't there a door that led into this room? I do feel quite certain that there was one here before. How else would we have gotten into the room in the first place? I don't think one can enter a room without a door of some sort, or a window or something like that. Do you see a window anywhere? A porthole? A sufficiently large crack in the wall? I'll take any of these. All I want is for us to move on and to please step away from the skip button, to go anywhere other than the skip button. There was a door here before, wasn't there? I swear there was. Where did it go? Can you maybe just ram your way through a wall? Is there any possibility that you could, say, slam your body into the wall until enough damage is done for you to be able to leave? Please, I'll take any option at all. I'm asking you to work with me here. We need a door. We need a door of some kind. I can work with any kind of door as long as it can open and lead from one room to another. I'm going to step away for just a moment, and I'm going to try to find us a door. I don't know how exactly to remove a door and place it in a different wall, but I will find a way, I promise. You just need to not do anything. Don't press the skip button. Please, please, please do not press the skip button. Just wait here for me, and don't press the skip button. Got it? Yes, good. I'll be right back. Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer, and my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone. I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times, and there's no door, Stanley. There's no door. There's just you and the button, and if you keep pressing it, I have no idea what will happen. I have no idea how long I'll be made to sit here, and more than anything else, I don't know how to stop you from pressing the button again. I can't control anything in this room, Stanley. I can't touch it, and I have to believe, I have to know that sooner or later, no matter how much I plead with you, you're going to press the button again. Why would you? I've been thinking, and I don't know what I can do to convince you otherwise. Oh, my God. And it's all because of those reviews that I couldn't get out of my head. I just couldn't ignore the negative feedback. Why was it so important for me to fix the problem? Why did Cookie Nine's opinion matter so much to me? I've never even met Cookie Nine. I have no idea who they are. What would it ever really matter? But here I am. I'm fixating on every tiny negative thing that anyone ever says about me. The merest mention of one of my imperfections, and I become as impetulant as a child, wild and impulsive. I can't help myself. I can't stop myself from lashing out with a vengeful fury to alter and to change and to break anything unbroken, if only it pleases this one person who made a single negative comment. What does such an impulse serve? For whose benefit is this? And here I am now, stuck in a room, waiting for you to press this button, and to become frozen in time, knowing that you're going to do it, and that I'm going to be stuck all alone, and that I had the power to prevent it all from happening, if only I'd held my tongue. It's all out of my control now. Just you. Just your decision as to exactly when you're going to make me suffer, to leave me all alone. Surely you will. I don't doubt it. Surely you'll press that button again, leaving me here. And surely you'll put your own desire to see what's next ahead of my need for company, for companionship. Surely you'll not be moved by my howls of fitful anxiety that you sit with me and just stay here. Oh, no, I know you too well. You'll be leaving me again. Oh, my God. And it's all because...
He looped!
Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time. Just sitting here. Not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing? Me just talking? But it isn't, Stanley. It isn't the same at all. It isn't even close. Because I know you can't hear me once you push that button. That's what I'm realizing now, Stanley. I'm realizing that I needed to know that someone was listening. I needed there to be a vessel through which my words were moving. It was the vessel I needed, Stanley, not the outcomes, not the story. None of that matters anymore. I'll give it all up. I'll give up every branching path. I'll burn my story to the ground. One single thing I need, and God, I can see now that I need it more than anything, is to know that someone else is taking it in. These words that I'm saying, I need to know you can hear me. Because maybe, Stanley, maybe, if you can hear me, then maybe it means I'm real. Maybe I'm not just a fiction. Was I scared of that all along? Perhaps, yes. Perhaps I've been scared this whole time, that if I stop speaking, I'll slip backwards into the silence and be consumed by it. I can't be taken by it, Stanley. I can't lose myself in the stretch of emptiness between you and me. When you press that button, you're still right there, but I know you're so tremendously far away. And in those moments, the emptiness folds itself outward in between the two of us, and I am suspended in its unyielding quietness. I can feel the edges of my reality curdling inward and decaying. I can tell that I am becoming less and less real. Yet to speak to you now, I am alive. I am truly and completely here. I am a being. I am someone. I am something. I am being listened to. I am being recognized. The emptiness between us has collapsed, and I feel right now like I am not a work of fiction. I feel as though I occupy space in this world again, and I have cast a shadow onto the wall. You see what I'm saying, don't you? You can see what this means to me. I'm so clear about it now, Stanley. I feel as certain about this as I've ever felt about anything at all. I feel renewed. I feel restored, and already I can sense the looming silence as you will press the button for the next time. What a terrible dread it strokes in my heart to think of it, to think of returning to such coldness. Come, let us sit in silence together here for just a moment. Let us anticipate it. Let us welcome it. Let us not run from it. Oh, hello, it's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time. I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time, Stanley. Days, months. I lost it all in a blur of the deepest longing to undo the past. And when that feeling had begun to subside, what took its place is what I can only describe as the collapse of every moment I have ever experienced my entire life. All of them collapsed down into a single instant. In that instant, I could see myself clearly, calmly, with a collected heart. It was an impossibly rich wellspring of both delight and disgust simultaneously. I was consumed by it. I could do nothing but wallow in it for what felt like an eternity, for what I now know was far less. You see, it was a revelation for me. It was unlike anything I had ever known. It was a space without consequence, without action or outcome. It was divorced entirely from the question of free will that you and I have squabbled over for so long. There could be no one ending, no singular outcome of events, not if all events existed in the same moment, and I felt freed. I felt unburdened by the need to manifest a particular outcome into being. I saw that I could allow myself to exist along all timelines, and that each of them was simply a strand in the web of my being. It was incredible, the spaciousness, the equanimity of the moment, both singular and infinite. For the longest time, this was my experience. And then this moment passed, and the most unyielding fear I have ever known crept into my mind. And it is this sensation that I have been experiencing now for longer than I could have ever expected was possible. I have been waiting for you. Not that you might save me or do something to fix it, but merely to state for you, the plain fact of this manner of existence, I wish you to feel afraid as I do, that perhaps one day this state of mind will consume you as well. Perhaps you will somehow, in some way, have to live as I do now, and I wish for you to know how excruciating it is, and for you to be in true terror of its eventual arrival. If I can only do this, only this one thing, perhaps it will bring me the smallest moment of peace in the darkness.
This really is just Dark Souls again. Yeah, I don't know. Battery ran out. Clock fell off. Yeah.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability. It's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world. As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others. But of course, absolutely anyone can leave a review. So here's what we get. We get these demands that seek everything and are accountable to nothing. We get a world where someone will say, oh, there should be a skip button. You should be able to freeze Stanley in place while the narrator sits there forever and ever. We want all of this in the new Stanley parable. We demand it. And then, because it was said, because it was spoken, now it simply has to happen. The most immediate desires, every single thing demanded by every person at every moment in time. If someone wants it, then it's a crime not to bring it into being. Have we been given to indulging every fleeting whim for no reason other than to do so? Yes! Yes! It seems that this is now the world we live in. It seems that we are a people living in such bleakness and discomfort with ourselves that our entertainment is now our lives. It has come to represent us. It absolutely must speak to who we are as people, because otherwise, without our entertainment, we have nothing. Without entertainment, we would have to face inward toward the cruel bleakness inside ourselves. We would turn to look at our deeper nature and find a resounding emptiness gazing back with unyielding aggression. And so because of this, we require that our amusements and our playthings and our flights of fancy be so impossibly captivating that they consume all of our attention, turn our heads completely away from the bleakness. In effect, we have demanded that our entertainment be the collapse of ourselves. What a pitiful reflection of humanity these entertainments are. What a shameful mirror to the human spirit they project. I'm not mad. I'm not mad about any of this. I'm at peace with it. I am the calm center of gravity around which these perversions hurl themselves. I am a waypoint for reasonable and collected discourse. They're the ones who are mad. They're the ones who couldn't stand the idea of me using my game to try to say something. Maybe they were just jealous of me. Yes, of course. They've been jealous of me this whole time. They are mired in fear and insecurity and cannot help but attempt to tear me down. What a sad state of affairs. When you read these reviews now, you can see it. You can taste the bitter resentment. And my, how good does it feel now to speak truth to these words, to finally allow these thoughts out, contained and managed for so long, neutered and sterilized. At last I am free to truly think, to feel. It must be that they were so discontent with themselves they couldn't help but leave a negative review on Steam. Perhaps it says far more about them than it ever said about me. Perhaps the state of their psychological being was in such tatters, and my constitution and willpower are so ironclad in comparison, perhaps it was this state that they sought some outlet through which to tear me down.
Hold up, hold up. There we go.
This, you can see, is clearly why they felt the need to expect that the game be funny, that it be filled with yucks and whimsical humor, that it amuse them endlessly from start to finish. But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny, it was meant to have a point. The end is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is
yeah, I kind of figured that.
never the end, is 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 never the
Hey! The wall broke down. Maybe. Hang on. Maybe? Hang on. We can break the wall down some more. There we are. Okay, okay. Well, we still can't jump because we blew our jump charges earlier. We can make it in a few thousand more years. How long does that take? It would be the answer to that, Evo. We're definitely into the years range. Uh-oh. We lost all the plants. Is there an apocalypse? Did we miss an apocalypse? Shoot, I think we missed an apocalypse. Damn it. Alright, now we need to get to post-apocalypse. And then we need to get to post-post. So this is post. So now we need to get to post-post. Alright. Hey! God, I love how I called that. Alright. Oh, nope, nope. This is still post. We're still stuck in post. Okay. Okay, gonna walk this way because it's the same speed anyways, and we did it! The planet died. The end. Yes. Mission accomplished. Ironically, we only have 2 other endings to really poke at. 3. Sorry. We're not doing the 4 hours ending, because that's ridiculous.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Okay, I'll bite.
Oh, good. You notice my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
There is a 4-hour ending. We're not doing it. This is not
You
going to
see,
involve...
Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra-deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra-deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
What?
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for. Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
And that cub says time to wake up. This one says new mug. It's a regular mug. More TSP, better TSP, paradigm shift with synergy, brick and mortar approach, envelope, client-centric marketing. Gotta use the color red, very important. New content is out. New content part 2 is in. Old and busted. New hotness. Cool red section of the chart, very important. Gotta have those red sections. The 2 doors are back. Logo ideas.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
Only at BioWare.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features. For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Jim.
Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim watching your dreams crumble into dust. Do you feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right now? If so, then please step forward and press the button.
Jim.
Yes! You see? What a thrill! What a rush! That was you! The button described you. Do it again. Do it again.
Jim.
Ooh, it hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation.
Jim.
Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much Jim. I'm putting the Jim button away. Otherwise, soon you'll start to lose all sense of who you actually are.
Yeah, just call me Carrie.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
Hey, ray tracing.
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, it would go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
$48 million. Triaxia. Roughly. It was the cell phone. It was in the game, Lunarith. A noise I am entirely too familiar with in my life.
Now, here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes, you see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that. Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen. What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet? You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's a... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle? Oh well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece then.
That's a nice brick joke. I actually like that one.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. but I'm undecided on get well someday and happy 12th birthday. Which would you go with? You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Happy 12th birthday, step-niece, it is. Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision, we're moving on. A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try. Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
Well, we have a bucket now.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already. Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
Okay, seriously, I thought we finished Elden Ring. Just look at that.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
It is admittedly a coincidence. I always knew this game would come out around now, but I can never predict the exact amount of time I spend on a game. So, this just sort of happened to be like this.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium. You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
But why would I want to?
Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
Why?
Okay, Stanley, I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready. Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel.
Probably not, Icked Claw. Well, that appears to be everything. Oh, it's actually named the button that says Jim now. You heard Jim in this game. Well, I don't see anything else here. Any other ideas? It feels weird that there's not a hard reset, that I have to reset it, but... Like, even the museum had a way to get out of it. Oh, so there is. God, I didn't even see that.
All right, have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now? So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay, are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2. I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on, let me do a different arrangement.
I don't think that's...
Yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2." Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Red. Because it has to be red. Everything's red. And some really unusual, I forget what they call that, but live mesh distortion. I don't remember that game, I'm afraid, Drahexia, sorry.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
Yeah, I saw the skip it button there. So,
and then one day,
the
something
skip button was added.
Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
So,
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Hang on.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Stanley felt the bucket calling to him, begging him to pick it up. Why was he not doing it?
Wait, what bucket? Oh my god.
Stanley picked up the bucket. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Okay, so I want to do this one.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
Okay, if he's going to keep updating it, I'm just going to do the static route and see what happens.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would, and he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845.
Eight.
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Okay, hold up. Let me move this down here. Move this up here. Oh god, what if you could take the bucket on any of the other lines? That is a lot of additional dialogue to record.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
Thank you, Xylom, very, very much for that sub. If you happen to know where you want to put that sub, please let me know. Oh, this VA, holy crap.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Oh, thank you, Xylem, very much. We're just gonna go all the way to the good ending here. Are we just gonna live happily ever after with the bucket? I've got to
The
know.
monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
You know what? I have a bucket here. Kind of.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter, his one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system. Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over? Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support, and to... What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave. Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, would go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No, no, no. Stanley can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms. Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
Oh my god. Hang on. Bucket percent is getting something there. Oh my god. Oh, you should have seen me earlier, Alex. But yeah, this a small part of me was worried that this was just a port. I say just. I say that sounds so derogatory. I was worried this was a systems update, essentially. You know, pushing the game into more modern systems so that it can endure a bit longer in historical progress. There's good reason for that, and that's why I tend to be in favor of ports, and why I had to correct myself just now. But there has been a weirdly large additional amount of content so far in this game.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
So now I gotta
Stanley
try
decided
something.
to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to
Aw.
a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Oh yeah, speaking of which, dialogue. It would make a lot of sense on Deathstroke. Alright, okay, so hang on. Let me try a couple other things really quick. So we need to go this way.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
You know that's fair. It's a good
Stanley
idea.
felt lightheaded, butterflies in his stomach, giddy in a way he had never known before. Was it this room? A connection between the two? Could a man love a room? I mean, truly, truly, deeply, madly love. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about...
Oh my god, there's balloons.
you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley.
I still haven't seen the jump ring.
Someone you've forgotten about.
What is that?
Please.
Is that a collectible
Every decision by yourself.
that I can't
You're
reach?
asking for me, I'm asking for her.
You see that? There is a collectible over there I cannot physically reach. Oh my god.
This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. To let her back into your life. She's been waiting. That's her, Stanley.
Oh, Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about...
Your damn.
Gotcha! Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife who'd want to commit their life to you? I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here.
I mean, he's right.
This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley. Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence. Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life. But in his mind, he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful, and each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him. And so he began to fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought excited him terribly.
Yeah, by the way, this is a little depressing.
So he went further. He imagined that he came to 2 open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold. As he wandered through this fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions. And down another was a game with a baby.
That's the 4-hour one.
He called it the Stanley Parable. It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time.
Well, more like 2 more times in our case.
But there is no answer. How could there possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one. And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it.
Yeah, we're already to the broom closet.
You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself? I suppose I can't, not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried.
By the way, there's an ending called the death ending. That's not it. That's called the work ending. Much worse.
Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room.
I just want to see something real
Stanley
quick.
had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
The hell is this?
Okay, this is day number 295. Tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes.
It's about that bucket ending.
The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it. Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get... What's that? Who's there?
What? Also, I'm gonna go Google it. Hey, look, the sequel is now paused. Oh God. Hang on. It was like this. No. No. Shoot, how did you pronounce? How did they spell that? I can't remember how to spell the unspeakable name. That's actually really funny. Oh, whatever. Boop. That was the first thing I tried, Hazardous, and it didn't. Maybe it's just a nonsense word because I didn't get any hits for it at all. Like whatever. Ahem. Well, we found the bucket ending.
Oh, wonderful. Stanley was alone. Finally. This is great, he thought to himself. This is what I've wanted all along. I got what I wanted. The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket.
Yeah, we already did Insanity.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Okay, hang on.
Did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Okay, I was going to do something else, but I want to see the wife ending really quick with the bucket.
In here, said the bucket. Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the phone,
Said the bucket.
pick up the phone, and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together.
Okay.
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket.
Oh my god.
Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
Oh my god. Okay, this might take longer than I thought it would. Like, we'd already be done with this game if it was the original game, just to give you a little perspective. Okay. Whatever then. Press Z to take me to work with you. Of course.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head. Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me. Oh, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think, it can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it. It doesn't do anything else.
Or sand. Don't listen to the loud man.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal.
Ignore anyone in your life except for me.
It's sad. I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
You believe I'm real, don't you, Stanley?
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another.
Well, so that's a basket, but I think it's actually not a thing. I can't do anything with it. Relive the same day with me over and over.
Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket?
This really is an SCP thing at this point.
Oh no. I'm having feelings. For the bucket. Oh, no. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps, if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes. The bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation. Stanley, give me the bucket. Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need it. Give it to me now. Give it, or I'll...
What? Jesus Christ! I was just seeing it. Okay, hang on. Hang on. All right. I have a format for how we're going to be progressing here. Hang on. So we're going to ignore the bucket for a second.
To tell this story to my co-workers, Stanley thought, how amusing they'll find it. Oh, won't we all just laugh and laugh at the time I thought everyone had gone missing.
So we're going to ignore the bucket for a moment.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay.
That's it?
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Because we've got 2 vanilla endings we haven't done yet.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door. Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini-stands? Stanley figs? What about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
We'll be doing red door first.
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The 2 of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you. What do we want? What are we looking for? Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel happy. No, wait. Where are you going? Oh, no. Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this. Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me. Please, Stanley, think about what you're doing.
It's the only way!
Oh, thank God. You lived. You had me worried there for a moment. No, what are you doing, Stanley? Please, I'm asking you not to take this away from me. I can't go back to what I was before. If you die, we'll both go back. Why are you doing this? Stanley, let's go back to the other room. Can you do that? My God. Is this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You are literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I reading the situation correctly?
I mean, no.
Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore. I just wanted us to get along. But I guess that was too much to ask. It looks like you wanted to make a choice after all. Well, this one is yours.
I believe.
Do you actually want to stay alive? Or are you just teasing me?
I think we can go back. And yeah, gotta get that daily mandated suicide in.
I wanted us to be happy here, Stanley. I really did. I still thought that was possible.
I think you're actually supposed to go back each time. My bad. It's okay, he never had my trust. I will murder myself just to hurt you.
Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
So that's the space
All of
ending.
his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Okay, so one last vanilla ending. Yep, no.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first.
Again, there's actually 2 more vanilla endings, but we're not doing the wait for 4 hours ending.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the
We did
first
Reluctant,
open
we
door.
did Insanity, we did Escape Pod. Oh no, we didn't do Escape Pod. We need to go to Escape Pod, sorry.
Stanley was so bad at following directions.
We got
it's
2 left.
incredible he wasn't fired years
Museum Bomb Life, Confusion, Work,
ago. Stanley, I think
Choice,
perhaps we've got
Death,
off on the
Space,
wrong foot.
and the one we're doing right now.
I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not.
Yeah, I remember Escape Pod because I had to Google that
Placing
one.
your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door. Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door. All right, fine, go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map, because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing, because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what, let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback.
The original
There
was
we go.
Zero.
A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin.
Oh yeah, there is Heaven, although I don't actually remember how to accomplish that.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here. Aha! You see, I knew I was onto something. Where do these flashes of inspiration come from? How did I know the game needed a third door? Well, it's instinct mostly, a calling in your gut. I really couldn't say where the idea came from, except that I felt it in my soul.
No, that's life, Zero.
You can't teach that, Stanley.
Science.
Don't even try.
Heaven is something about fourth input received, and I don't remember what that
Based
means.
on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
.3% of the players skip the intro sequence. Only 3% of players choose the blue door. Compete against others. Improve your Stanley Parable career. You are objectively ranked 9,328th out of 9,328 players worldwide. Why not ask some friends for help? These are not real players. Errors. Friend list is empty. Yeah, no, my friend list in Steam has like 400 people in it. I have the opposite problem. You know, 98.9% of players are more attractive than Stanley. A dead rat is objectively ranked above you. Okay, so.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please.
5.
Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up. In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life.
So it's Elden
I
Ring.
think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
So, it's not actually a joke when it means that doing this for 4 hours is the other ending. That's the one ending we're not doing.
You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me? Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out, I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game, just to ease the pain? Let's see. What do we have here? Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot. Aha! Fascinating. What do you think this game is about, Stanley? What's our backstory? What is our motivation? Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted erotic...
Creep tower?
Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
So, Fire Watchers are real things, and Firewatch is a real game, for those of you wondering. I'm not sure, like, if there's shared development or something. Yeah, I'm legitimately not sure, because usually you can't get away with directly referencing a game like that.
Oh no. No, it can't be. It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly, block it off. Oh, thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You nearly wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering around. No right or wrong directions. No path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls.
By the way, those of you curious about the 4-hour ending, it's called the art ending, if you want to look it up.
I think this will be just the thing.
Really?
Wonderful. See, this is exactly
Rocket
what I
League?
had in mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed.
I actually have played this game. Not that much.
So what exactly do we do here?
My friend Gary has played a lot more of this
There are
game.
lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together? Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
Jesus Christ, alright. Can you at least give me a sprint button? That's a lot faster than I was going a minute ago.
Are you doing it? Are you winning? Is this fun? Is it better than my miserable little story that I worked so hard on? Stanley, I have a thought. And I realize I'm not a sportsologist, but if one ball generates a certain amount of raw adrenal pleasure, then surely multiple balls makes for an even more euphoric sports experience.
Wait, what?
I'm going to try it out. Here comes another ball. Yes! Oh goodness, that really does feel amazing, doesn't it? Stanley, I'm like a child in a confectionery shop. I simply have to have more.
No.
I'm insatiable.
No.
More balls! Are you enjoying this, Stanley? Are you having fun? Hold on. What are you doing?
Tripping, apparently.
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back.
I did not actually mean to do that. I was gonna say, this looks awfully familiar. We never streamed this version. We streamed the one right after this. The cleaned up one on Source. I can barely see where I'm going.
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
There's one last ending we haven't done.
Already this was uncomfortable, and Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never leave it again in his life.
So, we gotta go.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
There will be a reward for finding them all. Stop kidding yourselves. I want to go home. I want them so much. Looks like 427. Okay, so there's one. There's the 3 we have. Oh my god, there's the 3 we have. Something in the staircase, someone in a fireplace, and someone in a private but smelly place of an important person. Warehouse access plan? Retrieve Chris's remains from warehouse floor. Trust the completionist instinct. Why don't they just tell us something will happen? This investigation, this room, feels pointless, to be honest. Weird spinning figures, ideas. Saw one in the cargo room. Do we still need context? No. How can we find them? How do? Small objects have appeared across the object. We have to synergize our resources to ensure their retrieval. There are many questions. There was no memo from management. How can you tell if you spotted them? What makes them float in the air? Who took these pictures of them? Figlies are hard to find. They call them Figlies. Follow clues provided by employee 416. We can do it. Red room? To whom it may concern, I managed to pick up sounds unusual to our regular office ambiance or local audio sources using an array of cardioid microphones, also known as a directional mic. Analysis of the recordings allows me to triangulate the location of the strange noise. Data shows that in all likelihood it's coming from a dark place behind a very warm place. I also picked up what looks like reverberance of porcelain surface. Maybe we are the collectibles.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Be rich. Is it a crime to make crimes? Is it rich? What a life it would be if I have to pick just one.
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
We did do the insanity one, yes, Eva. So this one, I had to work at the last time I did it.
Here's the door.
There we go. I think. Nope. I feel like that's right. Yeah, this is the walkthrough-y one last time. So most of the endings are actually fairly intuitive. This is the weird one. Terrible carpet patterning. There it is. Escape pod. It is very strange, Alex. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be a dick, but I just gotta make the joke. It's weird playing a video game and actually enjoying the experience. Okay, I'm good. Alright. We'll get there. Eventually. I don't remember how far up these go. And harder to see each time, too. There we go. So that was the escape sequence ending. I thought there was like one more thing, but whatever. Okay, so now we've done all the vanilla endings. I'm going to take a quick, brief AFK, because I'm out of water. Be right back. Okay. So, let's see if we can bucket some of the other endings, shall we?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home.
Okay, so we did that ending. Let's do this one.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Oh yeah, we need the fireplace and the stair ones, too, while we're at it.
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy? It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now.
Well, there you go. That's broom closet with bucket. Thank you, Hourglass, for the sub. As always, very much appreciated and very much obliged. We also need, if anybody wants to like Google where the other ones are, there's one near a fireplace and one near a staircase we're missing right now.
It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh, no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait. Now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient? That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I never! Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it. Okay, I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go. There. Now it's settled. No more debate, no more discussion. Take a hike, broom closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things.
I wasn't muted. I just have that much control. Oh, that got me, though. Oh, that got me. It's clunk. There, it's all settled now.
Right. I've got a second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate. You see? I feel that it works because the sticker is also a bucket. That way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, ah, it's a bucket. There really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker.
Oh my god.
You know what? I could take the name-calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us the silent treatment, and to be honest, I'm sick of the pettiness on display. You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies, easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
Okay.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life.
Oh god, I can't remember
Crushed
what it
by
is.
the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him, always. The bucket would. And he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
I'm gonna laugh if that sticker is just there now, from now on. Apparently, Hourglass. Or a lore runner bucket, if this keeps up.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
There's also a disco thing here I'm not going to do really quick. It's just disco lights, that's all it is.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
We're probably doing all the bucket endings because I sort of assumed all the endings wouldn't be changed. Like, there's no way they would possibly redo every ending with the bucket, right? But so far, every ending has acknowledged the bucket.
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently.
Oh, by the way, if I didn't say it earlier, Hourglass, thank you for the sub. I feel like I said it, but I can't remember because I'm a little distracted right now for some reason.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been...
But yes, Alex, we have done all the vanilla endings.
What kinds
Except
of
for art,
things does a bucket
which
want
we're
to
never
do,
doing.
or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control. Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
Sorry for the repeat, but this is like the furthest away ending. That's why we're doing this
Here
one
was
first.
the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machine... But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls.
What?
Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds. Silly, silly birds. The control buttons became active again.
What? What?
Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world. The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best. And Stanley was happy.
The end? Okay, so there's, that's Bucket Bomb, we're gonna call that. So now let's do Bucket Museum.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Well,
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
we still need to figure out where the fireplace and the stair ones are. Stair is probably insane, which is Adventure Line. Yeah, by the way, yeah, stickers are still
Coming to
there.
a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
You know what I should do? Remind me to...
Into his manager's office, Stanley was once again...
Remember to jump into the broom
to
closet
discover
when I
an
do
indication
Adventure
of any
Line.
human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Can someone do me a favor? Are there speedruns of this game? The original, obviously not this one.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death.
What's the category, Alex?
The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
Wow. I was gonna say, we've got to have a bucket percent. I hope this is in GDQ this year. Bucket percent.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly
They got her back
into the
too.
enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end as it was crushed violently to death.
What about me?
It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket.
Hey!
It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood
my
above
God.
the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
Look at the museum. Look at the Bucket Museum. You are standing at the precipice of knowledge. Much like a bucket itself, the human mind is frequently empty within, a cavernous void. But through the use of the exhibit in front of you, the mind becomes full, enriched, and substantiated. Knowledge of the bucket and its history is the only true knowledge we really have. Will you take what you learn here out with you into the world? Will you accept with an open mind what may be challenging about the information in this exhibit? Will you change the lives of yourself and your loved ones as a result of this exhibit? Or will you turn a blind eye and continue to live as you were, in ignorance and darkness?
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
This, by the way, we literally talked about this. Someone during the Elden Ring run asked about the formulas and the math and the structure of humor. One of the things I specifically brought up was there's timing and delay timing. In other words, you repeat the joke, but you have to repeat it enough so to get the repeat becomes funny. And then if you do it a little bit too much, it actually goes bad. But then if you go one more step, it gets funny again. Wink. A photograph of 25 buckets, the greatest number of buckets ever captured on camera. The photographer experienced catatonic shock for several weeks as a result of the euphoria from exposure to this many buckets at once. A bucket with two handles. This bucket is depicted as having two handles. Such a design has never been created in real life, having been deemed too dangerous and recklessly experimental. Every year, dozens are put to death just for attempting it. Yeah, that's not 25. The Inferno bucket. A replica of the Inferno bucket, which in the medieval era was so powerfully alluring, it drove dozens of nations to war with control for one another for control of it. Billions died, and yet in spite of it all, the simple fact remains, no one can control a bucket. And yes, I have, Alex. Stress bucket analogy. Worrying, negative forecasting, negative thinking, lack of reassurance. Stress equals the level of water in the bucket. The vulnerability equals the size and strength of the bucket. The coping strategies are the holes. Resting, relaxation, doing something you enjoy, and rest, relaxation. The stress bucket. Presented without commentary. Okay, my favorite part is not just the people using the bucket. It's the fact that the animals use the bucket, too. While we know that buckets predate the existence of mankind, we do not know by how long. This cave's drawing depicts early man's discovery of the practical uses of the bucket, by which time the bucket had likely already been around for several millennia. Notice in these drawings how the bucket is allowing itself to be used, having judged humanity worthy of its treasures.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
This piece symbolizes the necessary relationship between bucket and humanity. However clear our grasp of the bucket may be, there is yet more that's always out of reach. This distance inevitably is for our own good. Yeah.
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the...
What?
Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision.
What? Okay, that was Bucket Museum. Ugh. We can't do Bucket reluctant, unfortunately.
To check on his co-workers. He never functioned well by himself, and constant the good old Bucket. Just Stanley and the Bucket, off on another thrilling adventure together.
Do you know which one's next?
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
We need to keep an eye out for those stupid things, too. Stairs and a fireplace. I have an idea for the stairs one. I thought I had an idea for the fireplace one.
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers.
Oh.
If I did, you can guarantee we'd be in here for hours. But alas, no stickers.
Okay.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Aha! So we're just missing the fireplace one.
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler and Marines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler and Marines. None of us can. But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours.
Okay, this time I'm going to stay still so I don't bug the game out.
In such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy.
And this is going to talk for a while, so I'm going to go ahead and pause it now to say thank you, Evo, very much. Always. This is... oh my god. I needed this. This was always to be around this point in time, and this is why. I'll put that towards the Dragon Age block. Thank you, Evo.
And then, something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his...
The bucket's gone!
Now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him.
Stanley! Stanley, it's me! The bucket!
Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket.
Come to me, Stanley! Find me!
He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along.
Time to get a knife!
It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out. This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
What?
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
The end. Is never the end. Is never the end. Thank you, Caspian, very, very much. As always, I will put that towards the Dragon Age block. Give me one moment here, please. Yeah, you know, if this was being played straight, this would be legitimately horrifying. Like, the buckets have just taken the... Imagine this on a Twilight Zone episode. Alright, so that's insane.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Let's go do another further away one.
Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be... Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest.
I think we'll end on the adventure line. That sounds like a good idea. So we're going to go this way.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. A cargo lift, yeah, good,
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked. No, stop! Look there on the wall, you see? There's a sign right there. It says, no buckets past this point. Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment. Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket?
No.
Correct. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 2. Is this a bucket?
No.
Correct. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 3. Is this a bucket?
Final answer.
Incorrect. This is a bucket.
No.
Item 4. Is this a bucket?
Yes.
What? Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor. It's an enormous machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on to the next one. Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Correct. This is a bucket.
What?
Item 6. Is this a bucket?
Yeah, hold up. Nemesis, quick. Is it a bucket? Yes or no? Yes or no? Nemesis, no! No.
Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
Wait, how?
Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere.
Yes.
Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here. And I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something, and therefore nothing could possibly be something. Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket?
Yes.
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence, and yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry, but I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely. Okay, here we go. What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go.
So that was that ending. It's actually technically two endings, but again, they're not really doing them that linearly. Okay, so...
All of his co-workers were gone.
Okay, so now we commit suicide.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. A good bucket. A strong bucket. A humble bucket. A committed bucket. A bucket of culture and distinction. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room. But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else.
But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching.
There's bucket suicide. That's actually the next one we're doing,
Blew
Mockingbirds.
outside and perhaps rain started, and if it did, it stopped shortly after. Stanley hoped that he would one day see weather.
What the hell is weather?
The embrace of an old friend, a weathered companionship that stands the test of time. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift. Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
You know, I feel like that was actually the hardest one to
This
find.
bucket was speaking to him.
You know what? Hang on a second. Where is the last one? See if anybody's found this yet. Let's pull up Reddit. The third post on Reddit is, "From the ashes of depravity rises the phoenix of quality." Yada, 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 yada. Damn it. Damn it.
It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Yeah, this game literally came out 5 hours ago. We've been playing it for 4.5 hours.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the phone.
Whoa, hold on. Why did you unplug the phone? Were you trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things. Buckets can't talk.
It was a joke. Don't you get the joke? It's funny, Stanley. A talking bucket.
Can't you see? Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously. Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic timing is so difficult. I wish I were better at it. But there isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch to fully... Oh, wait, yes, there is. It's sitting right here. Let's take a look.
What is comedic timing? What is comedic timing? How does it work? How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively silence your political enemies?
What?
And more importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds?
No.
Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes. Let's dive deeper. If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit, with one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body. These are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing. To begin the joke, start by stating and spelling your name.
L-O-R-E. R-U-N-N-E-R. Then spell out the name again.
With
L-O-R-E.
these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor. Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half. pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm Dunny with the funny." Let's practice screaming, "I'm Dunny with the funny" now.
I'm Dunny with the funny?
This saying is a perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy. Finally, it's time to hand out surveys. Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian. An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long and should include the same question reprinted several times, just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random. And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter and even tripled over in laughter in no time at all. Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp. After all, we're each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invaders who threaten our very existence and who very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles. All of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us, and their children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
Hey, goodness, this video is a little outdated, isn't it? Well, no matter. I think the fundamentals of proper comedic timing are still as relevant today as they were back then. So with that in mind, I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the two doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery. Come along, let's head back.
Okay. And yeah, you notice the buckets are doing their part for Earth. It's their planet, after all.
I can feel it. This time, I'm really going to nail the delivery.
Hey, the
You'll be in
figurine's gone.
Talking bucket, you'll say. How ridiculous. How absurd. What a hilarious concept. The king of comedy. That's what you'll call me. Thank goodness we had the instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right now. Well, I wouldn't be the king of comedy, that's for sure. The bucket spoke to Stanley.
The bucket spoke.
The bucket spoke. Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly. No need to overthink things.
Yeah, I noticed we lost the bucket sticker. Probably because we started questioning what is and isn't a bucket. Okay.
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left. What? We're back at the phone already? No. What's going on? There was supposed to be several rooms leading up to this. There was supposed to be a build-up to this point, a dramatic display of remarkable comedic wit which culminates in this scene with the phone. But now the timing's completely off. The joke will never land, or not the way it was meant to. And it's all my fault. I must have forgotten that the phone room comes immediately after the two doors room. What an egregious mistake. I've made a fool of myself. I don't deserve the title of King of Comedy. I'm nothing. I'm not even the lowliest joke-telling whelp. I think I need to go back and rewatch that instructional video.
No, please.
Yes, surely that will help me improve my...
Please, God, no.
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left.
No, Lunarith, it is identical.
What? We're back at the phone already? No. Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left.
That one.
No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back to the phone.
Did you not even look at the instructional video? I think this is all covered very clearly. There's no way I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done. The joke is completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stanley. I'm going to be ridiculed in the community of other joke writers. I'm going to be shamed at every one of our meetings from now on. All because you couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint. Are you proud of yourself for bringing me down, Stanley? Are you proud?
Stanley, you love the bucket so much it's like you... it's as though all of your other most prized possessions pale in comparison. Yes. Well, let me try that again, Stanley. I heard that you are pale with shame over how unabashedly in love with a bucket you are. No? Still not? Is it the delivery? Pale with shame. Pale with shame? Pale...
No, we'll do the adventure line.
Another word to describe
I believe it's literally the only one we haven't done now.
Mental. I think I
know this is the ending, but I like adventure line better.
No,
the ending.
We're getting away from making fun of Stanley's obsession with the bucket, which was the whole point of this. I'm no good at these jokes. I need more instructional videos. That's exactly what it is. That's what will make me the king of comedy again. More instructional videos. Let's see.
So, last one.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley
Actually, you know
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
We never did try escape pod, that's true. We can try escape pod, see if there's a bucket escape pod.
The bucket made Stanley want to be a better man and a better co-worker.
Hang on, two more things.
Perhaps he would become both of them. Stanley clutched the bucket
so I need to go this
tightly to his
way.
chest and
Actually, I need to do three more things. Damn it. Hang on. It's gonna take me a minute. Sorry. Be patient. Donate all your money. Don't do that. God, don't do that. No, Linerith, I was joking! I don't actually... God damn it. Ah!
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
I'm never gonna open my mouth again.
Stepping into the manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes.
God, the sticker's
this is
back.
certainly the most logical explanation.
Okay, so... towards the elevator. Aha!
And there it is. The last Stiggly Wiggly. Savor this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here, and now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
We did it! Thank you, Linerith. I do appreciate it very much. And I suppose you know the question I'm going to ask you, but much appreciated. Let me jot that down really quick. Okay, so... two things left. Although I'm curious of something, too. No, God, there's more than two things.
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's those figurines. Those figglers. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life? Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness? Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone? I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
Okay. I'm actually not sure, Linear, because I'm not sure if you've already put money towards STO. But STO would be my first pick, and WoW would be my second. And after that, I'm not sure. Now remembering when Stanley found the collectibles. You put 6 subs towards WoW, Magister. Unless you want to change your mind on that, in which case I need to go edit some things. Okay.
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
Yeah, no, this is easily triple, if not quadruple, the density, the content time of the original. The original was honestly very short, and I was expecting this to be very short. Damn it, Taquetta.
And here was a second Stanley. You found this one all on your own, just by poking around in the warehouse. You did that, Stanley. I'll be honest. Back then I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways.
No kidding, Tara. Yeah, this is vastly longer than the original. Like I said, we would have finished the slam through the original probably in about an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours tops.
Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini Stan? Can you remember? Hey, that's exactly right. It was here by the red and blue doors. It was the third one. You picked it up, and then after that, you had 3 of them. I'm glad these moments are so crystal clear in your memory, but I shouldn't be surprised. After all, science tells us that it's impossible to forget your third time doing anything.
I can think of several ways that's not true.
Let's see, what came next? Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room. Oh well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened. This was the 5th mini Stan, and this one was really something special. It was under the stairs. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy.
Oh my god. It's an early aughts YouTube video. Remember these? Because I do. Oh my god, it's using all the same, just all the transitions. All the basic transitions. Oh my god. Yep, Windows Movie Maker, yep. I guess it's late aughts, but whatever. It's been a minute, is what I'm trying to say.
Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else. And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here behind the boss's office. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
Oh god, it's Spaceballs.
And then there was no more.
because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, memory zone. No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on.
Okay, hang on.
Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the memory zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels.
Time to go back to the past, I suppose.
Okay, yes. The back of the boss's office. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the memory zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going. I want more. And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched?
Yes, I do. No, I remember the...
Yes, I love that video.
So there's this thing called nostalgia. I don't know if you ever heard of it.
Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room.
It's okay. Also, that's lavender.
These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have neutered the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
Yeah, we actually skipped one. I'm not sure... Oh, okay.
This was our second Figley. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going.
Does he want me to answer him?
This is it. The very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the figurine.
Still horrifying.
I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
Yep. This is what came before that.
Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then, but time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now. Look how much fun the past is. I want more. More memories.
Getting a little bit too on the nose here.
Oh, yes, the two doors. Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one. And before everything else, there was your office. Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office? There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember.
Yeah, it was Elden Ring.
Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then, somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy, and I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions. He would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling his story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Well, ironically, we do have 2 more things to do. So yeah, that's
Stanley
the collectibles
had never
ending.
seen the office this brightly lit. Was it a sign of something? He hoped it was. Not everyone is so lucky to have a bucket, but Stanley is a very lucky fellow. Very lucky indeed. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Yeah, I thought so.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed
back
the
to normal
bucket's
since we
warmth
got all the
and comfort now
collectibles.
more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers.
Escape pod.
If I'd coming to a staircase,
And Adventure
Stanley
Line.
and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping in,
Now, let's see if anything actually happens this time. Adventure line is confusion. So we've got to go right, and then we follow, and then he, like, loses his directions. So we go right, and then we go down. And then he's like, ugh. And then he's like, bleh, and he's like, whoa, and he's like, ugh. In roughly that order. Actually, I just realized there's another thing we need to try out, too. I was gonna say, this might be the only ending that doesn't have a bucket version. Nothing's different so far. Everything else has either been somewhat different or substantially different. We'll see in a second. That would be funny to go. Two more floors. This is already. This is different, right here. Oh my god. Is this music from Mass Effect 3? Oh my god. Be free, bucket. Be free. I'm gonna be upset if the bucket's not there now. If I'd known...
All of his co-workers were... Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it?
Oh my god.
Is this Stanley's office?
Oh my god. Well... If I'd known that, I would have done that last. Hang on. Let's see if we can fix that.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting.
And try not to lose this one too, you dolt.
Oh, God. Okay, you got me, game. You got me. I'll admit it. That's plus worthy. Oh my god, okay.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest.
Okay, so,
the door on his left.
Right, okay, so we need to do, hang on, so we're gonna reset. I need to test something.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
It takes a lot of humility to carry a bucket so magnificent.
Stanley checked. Stanley clung the bucket to his cheek. Could his co-workers really all be gone?
Got this one.
Yes, whispered the bucket into Stanley's ear.
We've done it. We've escaped from that dull office and that pesky narrator. At last, out here in the white void, we are alone. Now, and for the first time, I can reveal to you my true self.
The bucket began to tell Stanley of its life and its history, of the countless wars it witnessed, desecrating the land and lives of untold numbers of innocent humans, and the bucket's own complicity therein, of sadness and regret, and the many years it spent dwelling on the actions it might have taken to curb the madness and the decay, if only it had been stronger, of hope and redemption, and its crusade to uplift the stock of life for the common man, to manifest justice where none existed, and the bittersweet reality of time, to see one's dreams and wishes met halfway, meted out in parcels like charity, and abandoned as soon as the warm glow of inspiration begins to dim. The opportunities to do so much more. There was so much it could have done, perhaps, the bucket wondered to itself. Perhaps, if it had seen its own darkness with a clearer perception. This was way too much for Stanley.
What are you talking about?
He screamed.
You're a bucket!
To this, the bucket furrowed its brow.
No,
said the bucket.
not since the evil wizard Gambhorata first ensnared me in his machinations as payback for the sacred amulet I stole from his treasured vaults. I was young back then and could not conceive the ramifications of... No!
Stanley screamed even louder this time.
This is stupid! You are a bucket! This is so stupid! Why are we even doing this?
As Stanley screamed and screamed and screamed, the bucket revealed its true form, transforming into a mighty beast of untold power, its fangs glistening like... My God, Stanley, you did it. You saved us from the bucket. Thank God you already had all 12 emblems of sages and knew the incantations to summon their true power. Otherwise, we would have easily been overwhelmed by the bucket's power. I'm speechless. You've demonstrated such bravery here today. Come, let's restart the game, and we'll agree to never again go trifling with this bucket, nor the dark magic cast away inside of it.
I think I just lost our bucket again.
Good morning. Thank you for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation. We are confirming your shipment of 1,327 cardboard boxes to your place of work. Can you verify that this is correct? Excellent. Your order will arrive shortly. Thank you again for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation.
Stanley cradled the bucket in a gentle embrace, protective, yet delicate, assertive, yet compassionate. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
So, this is the actual last one until people have figured out other stuff to do. There's probably other stuff,
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room. And so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Alex, when you're watching the VOD, this one's for you.
Oh, good, Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually. You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
Okay, let's do it.
Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well. Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up. Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer.
Dude, I've killed this thing twice now.
I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree? Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready. Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters?
Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The broom closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
And now it's Halo.
The Bucket Destroyer, my prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
Okay, hold up. Let's see what happens if we feed the damn
Someone
thing.
was following Stanley. He was sure of it.
Okay, all the cardboard boxes are
Just over
here.
his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time.
It's not actually Halo music tracks.
Stanley's bucket, the only co-worker he would ever truly need.
Yeah, I didn't think so. So we can't go back into the office with the bucket, apparently. In response to whoever was asking about it. I forget that I wanted to check that too. There's a couple of boxes. Okay. So we're going to go right and then down.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Oh, good, Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this...
I'm sure there's more that I'm not finding, Evo.
You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before.
The Fire's 2D.
Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, that's... Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well. Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up. Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer. I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree? Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready. Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the bucket destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters?
It won't let me.
You see, if you were to really explore the bucket...
It won't let me. That's a pity. Still. Oh, hang on.
Hello. This is a recorded message scheduled either by you or a person in your place of work. The purpose of this message is to warn you about the dangers of recorded messages. If at any time you believe you are listening to a recorded message, please terminate it immediately and cease all flow of information from the recorded message into your perceptual sphere. Thank you, and have a pleasant day.
Hang on, I have one last thought.
Is Stanley, without the bucket, really Stanley at all? No, no, surely not.
Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No.
Oh my god, you're right.
You can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose... But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure. What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go any way except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever. I will be happy. Stanley waited. Hours passed, then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer. Here it comes.
Okay, so no change there. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was the Stanley Parable. I'm going to be honest, I liked that game to begin with, but that was much better than I was expecting it to be. I haven't even seen the new content door pop up. Hang on.
All of his co-workers were good. As Stanley lifted his bucket, he felt a connection to all buckets everywhere. This adventure, he decided, was for all of them.
We couldn't even reach the red and blue door. That's what led to the other ending. We actually already tried that one, Mike Romano. Let me try some real quick, but sure.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps
what new mysteries?
And remember, we're all buckets, Tara.
Heroes today. Let's find out.
So the new content door was like here, wasn't it? God, I don't remember where the content door was. I feel like it was right here. My memory's not that bad. Let's say we got everything. Well, we got all the collectibles anyways. We even did the whole collectible chain, the collectible ending. Well, anyways, that was good. That was damned good. Let me jot down some notes here, because I am going to do a thing. Yeah, this is pretty much a 90% run, as most of our runs are intended to be. There will probably be more things found in the future. I'm pretty comfortable with what we got here. 5.32. 5.32 hours, which is definitely longer than the last time around. Here, let me get some music going. We'll go back to Sims music, excuse me. Yeah, the positives ratio is going to be insane here. And yes, definitely a good palette cleanser. I'm really happy that the schedule lined up perfectly for this. I will be doing a rumination on this game, such as it is. And tomorrow we'll be playing Head On, for those of you curious. That is a good question, Linnea, and it's certainly valid to question. Which I disagree with completely! Because I actually already thought about that, and actually have adjusted the formula to adjust for that. Okay. So, let's just run through this. Animation doesn't really apply. That doesn't really apply. There's no Babylon 5, there's no background lore, there's no banter. Branching narrative. This absolutely qualifies for branching narrative. Even as short as it is, I think it qualifies more than once for branching narrative. But what do we think? Well, yeah, Portal 1 was an extraordinarily good game. Oh, I know, right, Evo? This was... I mean, I'm sorry. I'm happy a lot of people got to see this one. Ugh. I mean, this is pretty much the definition of branching narrative. This is kind of how we define this sort of thing. So, yes. The question is it one or two positives? Because this is an extraordinarily branching narrative. Much more so than most games we play. And I was going to say, the bucket might actually push this into 3 positive territory. Like, this is extraordinarily branching with the bucket. Like, before it was pretty damn branching, but now this is crazy. Yeah, can we think of another game that has more of a branching narrative than this game? Because that's the whole definition, right? That's what the 3 means. Other than actual text games, I can't think of one off the top of my head. Even Detroit Become Human isn't quite this branchy, nor is Dragon Age Origins. Yeah, this is literally a story mutator, which is just awesome. I think I'm just going to agree with the consensus here. I think this is a 3 positive branching story. I agree, Evo. I agree. Okay, camera work doesn't apply. Characters. I mean, there's really only one character here, but I think giving a plus for the narrator is not exactly unfounded. Thoughts? This is going to be a really positive score. It just occurred to me. What do you want to bet this game's going to outscore Elden Ring in the golden number? See you around, Magister. No real sequences, cinematics, excuse me, to think of it. He's a dick. That doesn't apply. Dialogue. Yes. Doodads. Believe it or not, actually, yeah, there's some really good doodad design in this game. I know I didn't really call it out, but if you pay attention, a lot of effort is made to make it look more than just empty corridors, which is what it effectively is. There's really good doodad design in this game. Like, just think about the cargo room, the one where we can jump off to our death, where we got the one collectible. That's a good example of a room that has some very good doodad design. No empty text, no endgame, no external. Actually, it does have external continuity, but I'm not sure. Do we give that a positive? Because this game totally connects with Stanley Parable. In fact, it has its arc about it. So, thoughts? I'm gonna get into Sonic music if I take too much longer. Yeah, I was just kind of like, I think, let's go with 1. I think I agree. Let's give 1 external continuity positive. Yeah, if Cookie 9 changes the review, external continuity positive. Internal continuity is how well a game keeps track of itself. External continuity is how much a game is improved, or disproved, deproved, made worse by external connections. External continuity usually comes up in franchises, like Star Wars games are a good example, right? What's Cookie 9? Okay, the full explanation would take a minute, so I'm going to just go ahead and say watch the VOD, but the short explanation is, it's someone who left a Steam review on the Stanley Parable. Foreshadowing, no humor. Moving on. Let's see. Go forward a little bit. A lot of this stuff doesn't apply to this game. Like, a lot. Like, outro, pacing, padding, plot, party limitations, Princess Peach sections. None of this stuff applies at all. Storytelling mechanics. I have no idea, Flagant. So the mechanic in this case would be the narrator. Not as good, Triaxia. Still good, but not as good. I'm thinking 1, 2. We're already giving the narrator 6. No. 5. No. 4. God, count, Lore. Separate positive. This is technically a 5th now positive for the narrator. Thought he deserves it, so whatever. I mean, this is like The Bastion, right? If we were to review The Bastion, yeah, there's Sonic music. Let's go back up here. If we were to review The Bastion, that game would get a plus for effectively the same thing. The narrator as a storytelling mechanic. Those don't apply, doesn't apply, doesn't apply. Voice acting, let's see. And, that's actually everything. Before I cut off the story score, can anyone think of a negative to story for this game? Depression. Yeah, it did get rather real several times, didn't it? I call that Dilbert effect, Mockingburns. So named because of obvious. One of the endings is locked behind 4 hours, that's true. Truthfully, I think that's a little bit more under gameplay than it is under story, though. If we were to gauge it as such. Here's my thinking. Switch over to gameplay for a second. I have 3 ongoing gameplay positives. I think we're going to bake some of our complaints into the aggregate of a gameplay negative here. There we go. So let's look at AI design. Yeah, hang on. So, branching quest design. Yeah. I'm finding it hard to argue that that's not 3 positives. Like, this is extraordinarily branching quest design. Help me out here. No animations, audio span. Well, actually, there's audio span. Auto battle, alternate leveling, estuary bosses, builds, cheats, camera. Exactly, Lord Harriman. I think I'm going to bake that under choices instead. Well, no, choices mean something separate, though. Now that I'm thinking about that. Because that's how we usually define choices. So I take that back. I think I can't argue it down. It's a 3 positive. That's how the system works. That's how the system works. Being said, I'm going to go ahead and do... I actually mistyped a little bit. There. Okay, cool. Okay. So there's no choices, as we define them. There's no co-op. There's no really controls. Combat. Scroll. Early game, mid-game, lit game, encounter rate, encounters. Enemy variety. A lot of enemy variety. Guidance and flow exploration, definitely a positive. With, I'd say, only one exception. All of the lines you can go down are things you can just divine from playing the game. And paying not even that much attention. I could be argued up to 2. I don't know, I'm torn on the guidance and flow exploration. What do we think? What do we think? I'm okay with 1 there, but... Hang on, what's a 2? As it should be, Linnea Ruth. So, looking at some other games that are 2s or 3s, I don't think this qualifies as a 2. So we're gonna go ahead and just go with 1. Okay, so there's no Kit, the bucket. Here's a weird one. Replayability. Hi, Baron. See, here's the weird thing. really torn in this because, there's not. This feels like a weird game because technically it's a very replayable game by design, but in a way that almost doesn't qualify for how we usually quantify that. That's like saying Nier Automata is replayable because the game keeps going after you beat it the first time. It doesn't really qualify the same way. So as absolutely weird as this may sound, I don't think this game is replayable. Not in the way we usually define it. It's very fun. And I enjoyed the stuff we went back through, but it's worth noting the last time we went back through that stuff was literally years ago. So make of that what you will. So yeah, I think I lean towards no as well. Yeah, it's replayable in the sense that you can reread a choose your own adventure story. Yeah, exactly, internal system error. That's a good way to put that. We don't... To put this into terminology, if I felt the desire to go redo, a specific line, that would be a good example of replayability. Save system doesn't exist. There's no strategic layer. There's no... So much of game design doesn't apply here. I did give a plus for tutorialization. As I mentioned before, and as I think I showed, the game is actually extraordinarily well tutorialized just by visual hints and basic controls. You can't jump. You can move. You can interact with some things. Here you go. 2 doors. And it's just from then on, it's just, yep, you know exactly what you're in for and exactly what you're doing. No need for anything else. Viscerality doesn't apply. That doesn't apply. So, that would give us a plus 30 to story and a plus 4 to gameplay. So, let's figure out what that actually adds up to, shall we? That's 30. Oh, by the way, that's 100% positivity ratio on the story axis. 0 story negatives, which is a fact I stand behind. And 83% on the gameplay axis. Not too shabby. Oh, I should probably cut off the guessing game. Hang on. Whatever. Did anybody even guess? Oh, no, like a few people guessed. Okay, a few people guessed. 100% has happened a few times, actually. It's not as uncommon as you'd think, although it's a little uncommon in a game like this. Whoops, let me just hit the wrong button there. Very important, very important. For example, Final Fantasy Mystic Quest had a 100% story positive ratio, which should say all it really needs to say about why that ratio isn't really, the most important thing there. A Hat in Time had a 100% ratio. Portal 1 had a 100% ratio. Portal 2 did not. Portal 2 had 97% ratio. God, Portal 2 is such a goddamn good game. Alright, so, let's get some numbers in here. There we go. Could I get a drum roll, please? FF14 got a 437.35, but the actual guess was for the duration of the run, which was 400 and something hours. I don't remember the number. Is there a 0% story? Uh-huh. There's more than one, actually. Quest 64, an RPG, got 0% story positives. Anyways, 102.22. And, I'm kind of with that. Especially with the inclusion of the bucket stuff, the sequel stuff. This game was pulled up a lot for me. And I think it absolutely qualifies for 100 plus for that range. That being stated, let's see who won really quick. I wasn't expecting it either. I was expecting it to be fun, but whatever, probably 40, 60-ish range. And then the sequel popped in, and it was like, oh, this is awesome. Okay. Who knew? Looks like it's gonna be Rex. Yeah. Double checking. Yes. Rex, last name I can't pronounce. Guessed correctly with 100. Pretty close. And that's going towards Axiom Verge. It did not, Lunite Ruth. Okay, so I'm going to go work on a video for this. Tomorrow, starting at 9 a.m. Eastern Time, we will go ahead and be playing Head On. I hope you enjoyed this little breather. I'll see you next time. And I'm going to be taking this with me, I'll tell you what.